Good morning and welcome back to the Coin King channel. I am your host, Down to Crypto TA, kicking things off once again, as we always do on the Bitcoin chart. I'm just staring at a 3 minute time frame right now. We did get a little bit of a pumpy action here on Sunday into, I guess, late last night when we started to sell off a little bit in here. Looked like we were going to get an expansion off of that 4 hour time frame. We did get some rhetoric around Jerome Powell and our President Donald Trump. If you're a U.S. citizen, that is, he's your president. May have impacted price action a little bit, but liquidity is still, it remains low and yeah, just a little bit easy to move the market right now. Looking at potential long position here on this 3 minute time frame. Now, I already had jumped in right over here. I can see that we had hit a bit of resistance in here, putting in some bullish divergence down through here. This is an automatic signal right here for a long position. Sometimes it plays out, sometimes it doesn't. But I did go ahead and take that long position. See how we hold up here, how much we can actually get out of it. You can see over here, and this is not my indicator right here, but I absolutely love it. Just showing me the different time frames of whether or not we're above or below at 200 EMA, and you can see on multiple time frames that we are not, with the exception of the 4 hour time frame, which is the time frame I thought was giving us that breakout squeeze yesterday, and we're just back to sub-zero right now. Me let me just see a few things in here. Let me get that off the chart. Well, so golden pocket 786 at the moment. We did change. We got higher highs and higher lows in here, even though it is a bit of a. I mean, you could say that it's a bear flag. I was actually doing some studies on the last swing that we got after peaking out in 2022. The little relief bounce that we got following that. It does look very similar, and it could have been more than one pattern then, and we still got that push to the upside. I think that's the same situation in here right now. No, let's see. Let's see. Uh-oh. Looks like I don't have some time frames on. Let me get these on. Sure if I can get your attention right here. We don't have to have this one in here, but this is the next swing point right here. Actually, let me change that and drop that in just a little bit more. Point there. Um, but you can see right here, like we can treat this as it is a bear flag in here, or we can also look at this as a more of a ascending triangle. I would say at this point, I would treat it like an ascending triangle right in here. We're still expecting to get that push up at least, even if it is a bear flag, back to the top side of the bear flag, which is in line with this golden pocket here. If we were to get that push up right now, so what I was looking at, you see how this is. If you can see through all of my my drawings, all of my historical data in here. Let me get back over here. So this is the same situation. This is from 2022. This was the pump that we had got up into. If you're drawing it from the local pivot right here, then it would be the 786 golden pocket. But if you're drawing it from the monthly time frame or from the peak, it would be the 382. And you can see in here how we did have it's so sideways to be honest with you, but we'll just go ahead and say that this was the bear flag in here for 2022. And then you can see right here how it had put in a lower peak right here. So kind of like how I have that triangle drawn out, what I classified as possibly an ascending triangle formation, and it still got that extra push up back into the top side of what we would say was the bear flag for 2022. So I still think that we have some room to get that push to the upside on the chart. So I wouldn't count it out just yet. We're likely to hit that. We're holding. I mean, we're still holding our orange line in here. We're still holding that standard deviation 2 in here, so that's a plus. That's a positive. That means that we're trying to round out here at the bottom to get that extra push to the upside. And, um, and of course, we're still holding the momentum trend line for here as well. Thus far, the only issue we've had has been just kinda, sniffing around this 5, but we sniffed around the 5 right in here too, along with the 10, and you can see how we did still manage to get that break up above it. So, I don't really think it's gonna be a lot more, but like I said, the next 2 candles I would think would be green, and then we potentially finish out getting our move down into here. I do think I need to move this though, um, probably to right in here. Is my thoughts. As I was doing my studying yesterday, that was the conclusion that I came to, that this needed to be moved. Mm, right there. I think it's more so something like that, and you can see that we're kinda holding right there. You can see we're holding above that 382 right here too. So this would be us coming back into, uh and I'm gonna take this off, and I hope I'm right about this. Imma add, oh, sorry, been a little dyslexic. Add that one. This is what we would probably come back to, right here. So I'm gonna move this down to here. I'm not gonna tell you we don't come below this point right here. That's it. I don't need this anymore. If I do, I can go grab it again. So I'm gonna bypass this golden pocket, and I'm gonna look here towards this 786, which I was already thinking that we, could potentially take out this wick right here. Um, or was I? Maybe I wasn't, but I'm gonna lean on this right here. And the only reason why I'm doing this here is because I think the last couple of times when I looked at it on the daily time frame, it price action came back into the 786. I know I've shared my indicator a few times in here, and where that low should not come below, and I think it was this pivot right here. Um, but the last couple of times, price action did come back into that 786. I think there may have been an occasion beforehand. I was saying, okay, price comes back into the 786.886. The more I thought about it and the more I hear people repeat it, I don't like it. I just don't. I don't like it anymore. When everybody's on the same train, I don't like it anymore. So let me just comb through all of my drama, and let's see. Yeah, this was our low right here, 786 and the 816. This was that low right here. And instead, let me tell you what the difference was right here. It wasn't drawn from the low, which is why I changed it. How I had it drawn from the low. Instead of drawing it from the low, I drew it from the higher low. Because this higher low is what pushed price up to break structure, given the time frame, not this one, but it was this low right here. This higher low is the one that allowed price action to break market structure. And so it just made it such a perfect return. Boy, if I'd have caught that back then. Let's see. I got that again in here. And I did, and it was this one right here also. And then of course we had this COVID situation, but this was the move right here. And you can see again, it's not drawn from the low. There was no fib that worked with it because this was overkill. This was, COVID situation. But this right here, I just turn on 0 and 1 on this occasion right here. So it wasn't the low. I just used the why did I choose this? Why did I? I know it was based on the BOS. It was based on the BOS. The reason why I chose it. Yeah, I'm just steaming. There was nothing to save this one right here. But I know I selected it because of the BOS, and that's why you're going to see this everywhere. And then I'm drawing out the fibs to see what price action is relative to the break of structure swing. And that just happens to be what I got. And the only reason I would drop it lower was I don't think I ever had to. No, I didn't have to. I just know it wasn't pulled from the low. There was no reason to pull the swing from the low and to pull the swing from the higher low. And then that gave us the measured moves into the golden into the 786. So I'm just gonna stick with that. Absolutely no momentum. Let me take a look at Ethereum. To turn that off. Okay. Loza! See, you were talking to the Coin King. He just came, he just notified me that, chat was happening. Midnight, Imma take a look at that. I'm so proud of you. Up on Ave. What is VVV? Power and STX. Never heard of VVV or Power. I'll definitely check out Midnight. So right now we're just holding the range in here, the range low in here, for Ethereum, holding above this, alternative, momentum line through here. If we lose that, then we'll be looking down here towards the, absolute lower one for this triangular formation. Right now, I think we're just waiting on market to open, see how market is really gonna react to, this Jerome Powell, um, scenario. I really think the man is going not Jerome. I really think our president is going a little bit too far right now. A little bit. He's doing too much. He's doing way too much. I'm gonna look around and see if I can find this coin. I need to make an adjustment on the Solana chart. Mhm, mhm. Mm. Oh, I see with Solana. See that we hit our resistance point around that 145, 144.75, 145. Interesting. Okay. Any change I need to make. All right. I can jump on Solana real quick. Okay, so over the weekend, apparently we came into our resistance line in here, which was that one, about 144. Did we actually hit it? No, we didn't quite hit it. Nonetheless, this little zone in here is resistance for Solana. Um, we're still holding the momentum line through here somehow. Somehow, some way. I actually weren't holding it. We just happened to come back up this line right here. I'm gonna drop this down. Nothing much has actually changed on this chart. Rise and structure. So I know that we're putting in the bear divs in here on this daily time frame. But even with those bear divs, we could still get a strong push to the upside. It sounds weird. I'm only saying that because it's sitting so close to, it's actually in relative strength, even though it's putting in the bear div, it is still around relative strength. So if this RSI pushes up anymore, it might actually flip strong. I think that could be the case here. And likely it's squeezing again. So let me just check and see if we're doing that. No, we're not squeezing, but we're just staying inside this pocket though. Yeah. So one continues to look relatively strong, despite that the rejection there. Still holding through here. I mean, so far it's okay. The short signal here on the 4-hour time frame. From the bear divs to here. The last one was invalidated. But it's fired off 3 and they haven't hasn't been any strong corrections through here. I don't think we're gonna I don't think we're gonna leave this zone just yet though. This accumulation zone. I don't think we're gonna leave this just yet. And that's the same thing with that 145. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna leave the zone just yet. It's a little too late to want to jump in on the short. Yeah, I wouldn't try to short it. Oh Lord, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Pretty good performance out of Solana. All right, let me see Bitcoin on this. Pushing up a little bit more too. All right, here we go. Take out this for a high in here. That'll be great. it. And Ethereum might be the same for Bitcoin as well. Yeah, getting a little bit of potential resistance in here. See if we can't hold this and check to see what that is. Yeah, so maybe the golden pocket bounce as well. Now we can see it's like a 786 rejection. Probably just a little reaction from drive this up though. Psychological level. Blue line is simply going to be the 15-minute prior candle high at the top and then prior candle low right here. Let's see, okay, at midnight. Look at it on next see. This thing is very new. Is this correct, Loza? My mouse to move. I still think we're gonna pump. That's just by hopium. We've been holding the range for quite a while. We've been in the squeeze, we released the squeeze, come back to the squeeze, release the squeeze. I think that we still got that one little small boost to the upside. You can see, oh, he's not referring to midnight. I was referring. Oh, He's talking okay. About midnight. Oh, okay. 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 I thought this is what we were talking about. Okay. I'm looking at it, but this looks nice. The settings are not for that, so I gotta take it off. BBB. Strong daily chart. These three large candles right here tell me it's probably still sitting outside of standard deviation too. That's pretty nice. It's on a weekly. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely doing that. This is nice. Sort of megaphone. Mm, I like it. It's daily. There's like no pivot through here. Let's turn that stuff off right there. Let me make an adjustment on this chart, and I'm gonna come back to it. Might mess with it. Gonna go low. Unless we didn't create. All right. On this VVV, I really like this. Um, if I could get it in here, I think that'd be a good place to take a long on it. But it is coming into support. So it may want to continue to do what it's been doing on the daily time frame, um, which is staying above standard standard two, which is here. It hasn't been coming back into this, so I might want to continue that. I just happen to line up with that line. Put my hair across the top. If it breaks up, I'll see if I can jump into it. If it breaks down, this is the daily high right here. Previous day high sits right here. And then there is this zone right through here that I like for called a hamburger zone. Sandwich support and resistance. Really like that. And right there is the 400. And a lot of times in a really strong trend, price will come back to 4. See, come back to 4. A lot of times it will come back to 4. It's going to end up in this pocket somewhere. If I could get it there, I would like it. Come back to 4. Come back to 4. Yeah, if I could, let me see how many times it actually likes to come back to 4. I don't like when it drops over it, but it usually comes back to 4. So I would go with that. Minus that stop loss. Forgive me for that. Ain't no way. This has to come all the way down. I did it from the, yeah, I'm gonna have to drop this all the way in. So I would have to zoom out on the lower time frame on this one. Really want to get that down to a 50. But I'll put it just below this low right here though. That's still not bad if I set it below. Yeah, just slightly below this low. You're short since 334. Look at you. Short since 334. So you short it after it broke right here. I'm assuming. Well, I hope it drops down in here. Again, you are sniffing around the support through here. And if I don't use that one, use this one. Set it back like this though. I don't really see a reason to fade it. Definitely around potential support right here. Only way it's not. Get in here a little bit lower, but it looks corrective. Might not get this. What I wanted to do was to cool off a little bit. I think I might try to bounce from here. It would actually confirm if it does get the breakout right here. Yeah, only if it breaks above here will it confirm, and let me make sure this trend line is drawing right. Possibly a small rejection around it looks like it might be this peak right here. I'm just gonna draw a fib on it. How about that? Possible rejection right here. Hmm. Fair value gap. It's an inefficiency field completely right here. This one is 4 hour. And then a fair value gap in here. Might need to look at that. That's only gonna work on the 15. Take that. I'll set an alert on it and come back to it. I can't set an alert on that. It's kind of like where it is, though. All right, I'm gonna come back over here and check on it. Solana continues to look really good through here. This is trying. No, avoid pattern on it. Trying. Ethereum just kind of chopping. You're short on the Aave from 170 and don't know if it'll keep dropping or if it's bouncing. Same with other trades that we had. We never know. We never know what direction it's going to go in. We never know. We'll save this chart right here. I'm going to look out of it. So that previous day low just let that liquidity get a little bit of a bounce. Got resistance right above the overhead here. Let's see in the weekly what happened right here. Look. See daily. Change market structure. So looking for loans is going to be the better option, even though we can swing trade it. She got a charge anyway. Looks a lot like Yeah, it's probably gonna be better to look for a long on this one right here. Those, I mean, it's got this nice little triangular formation in here. You did get a chotch with a little bit of a higher high in here. Uh, no breaker structure just yet, at least until it comes and takes out the previous week high in here. And it had just had crossed below that daily prior daily low. Push out on the 4 hours, see what we're looking like. Straighten this out. And I don't mean to do that. What's this other writing in here? Must have been from last week or something when I wrote that max pain for whatever reason. Holding standard one right now. Mid two. Holding standard two. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. This is the third tap down here. Let's see what this is looking like. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, everything just reads its reason. Everything is pointing towards this low down here. Possibly could be a head and shoulders instead of the triangle. I know that it's had these three taps right here. Usually about the third one, you're ready to go in that direction. You short it from higher, so that's good. So if it breaks and you're safe, may catch some support around that chart. I just saw that 20 was sitting there. Aside from that, um, mm, basically, I would take a little bit of profit off of it because if it doesn't break, if it doesn't break this, it's just preparing to go higher. It's definitely at support now, so a good place to take a little bit of profit is that support, and that way you're secure. Bear did jumped into bullish divergence. You did break the momentum down through here. Um, yeah, everything is really riding on that low. Check for an SFP, something like that. Maybe right here. Click on the other one. Look here. This one here. You can check on dominance. Dominance. Oh, dang, Bitcoin dominance is mm, maybe move. Hold on, Bitcoin dominance chart. Let me see. I guess we're trying to finish getting a decline in Bitcoin dominance. Let's see. Let me have to ignore all of the stuff over here on this chart because it's not designed for it. Uh, let's see if I see any gaps. I suppose if you had something that's been taken care of, you still have this one. I don't think we're rushing to get to it either. All right, so looks fine for the most part, in my opinion. Well, so that's going to be an epic short on that VVV. It plays out down there. It'll be nice for you. Only other thing I would tell you about that, I don't know if you said you were long or short on it. I think you said you were short. One thing I would tell you about it is um, because it's super high, you're going to face a lot of chop on it because the relative strength got so. I mean, it was doing some Zcash stuff. 90, 90 something, 95, 96. RSI read pretty high. Usually when you get something like that, I mean, V shape is less likely and you'll get a bunch of chop. Um, because on the way down, it's gonna, people feeling euphoric about it. It's gonna start getting some bullish divergence, just trying to get the move down, and then eventually it's gonna pop or break that. Eventually, it's gonna break down to play out the. Uh, there it is on the daily, just to cool things off a little bit. That's just preparing to flag out on the daily time frame to push higher. Come on, Biddy. Ethereum's at the top side of the trend line as well. And then I didn't add one on Solana. I really would have had to add a flat line on Solana. Oh, anytime, anytime. You showed me a new coin. I don't usually know what's out there. I don't take the time to really check to see what's new. That's where you really be catching those big wins at. I set my alert wrong on this thing too. I'm like, why don't I hear anything? It hasn't crossed it yet, but I definitely set it wrong. I'm very dyslexic this morning. 306 is what's supposed to be set at. I put 330. I actually see where your rejection came from earlier. I didn't pay attention to it. No, 50. A little bit of a bear deal right there, but yeah, a little bit of a bear deal. I see gold and silver pump back up there. Also double top on gold right now, but that's only on the 30-minute time frame. It might be a nothing burger. I just know that it's around this resistance line in here. Now, it fired off a potential play on it. I don't know that I like it. I was going to try to do my own if I was going to take one on it, but right here, it is a little bit of resistance. It chopped it, it got above it, it tried to come up again, and you can see it just kind of couldn't take out that top right there. And it's this trend line right across here. I think that was the starting point for it. Was that the starting point for it? No, it was right here. So this trend line through here, it's kind of chopping a little bit. And then this, of course, is automated for this section right here. But nonetheless, uh, I think if it took this high, if it was able to take this high again, I would look to take a little small short position on it. But I'm not in this. And then silver was looking pretty good also. And you can see how the one for silver got tapped right here at this top side. Silver does that every time. That was me trying to I highlight a short position on it, and of course it came up and took that out. I can't, yeah. Then it then it did the run, but should have set it a little bit lower. When I did this one, I put it up above the two. So I mean, it's breaking this rising wedge that I had identified in here this morning, which I was still thinking maybe it can come up here, get another swing into here. So I set my own short entry for right here. Uh, but yeah, it's broken this little rising wedge structure. It was showing some bearish signals, which is why this fired off. But again, it took it out right there at that top side. And that's just how I have it, the settings on it too. Um, I don't think that was much. It's like a 1%, so that's a lot. That's a lot. If anything, maybe it makes its way back down to here, wherever that may be at. If it happens, we'll see how it reacts once it comes into this momentum line right here. And then there was copper, and copper's wedging as well. And I still have this potential SFP in here for copper. Potential SFP as it is, also putting in a little bit of a rising structure towards here. Kind of flat right now. So they're fighting to hold these lows to here. The gauge is there. I can see how it's just kind of holding that low until it broke that wedge structure. But Yes. Yeah, I think it's better to look for another swing up, even though it's breaking this. I think it's better. And it's simply because everybody's 200 is sitting, um, still showing it has some pretty decent strength at this point. Let me see how it did the last time it broke it. Yeah, it was much closer in here. And you can see how it did the last time it had a rising structure. It broke the top side of it instead, which I was prepared for it to break the top the last time too, which is why that was up here because this was gonna be the second option if it, if it failed through here. Um, then it failed through there. It's been holding the full cap through here. I think the other thing here was, let me see what that was respecting. I think it's, oh yeah, those were all the mini levels we had in here for it. And I hold out to see if we actually do come through with that SFP though. Uh, yeah, would have been good if it didn't tap it. It's the settings isn't for it anyway. How about that? This is resistance right here. I know I went through and I set resistance points for all of this from the higher time frames. The next resistance point is going to be at 134, and this is Exxon. And then Exxon looks pretty decent right through there. It's another one that was, yeah, not much of a structure. No actual structure on it. Let me see. Hold on, that's just want to stick it. I thought that I was looking at another oil company, gas company, oil company, or not. Now it's holding support. Maybe another swing up on this one, and then that probably potentially be the last swing on it before it actually corrects a little bit more than what it's doing right here. And that's I didn't even label it. Did I? Yeah, that's the daily. Okay, that is the situation. If it breaks this, you want to see the reclaim back inside. So you want to allow it to run through because if it gets above here, it can have too much strength. So if it's above there, and keep going. You want it to um, retrace back inside of it. Maybe a few little candles outside, and then see it coming back down. That'll be the situation for this. It still looks decent. Aside from the bear deal, more swing up. Maybe either way it goes, gold is near a corrective zone. It's at a corrective zone. Bitcoin did a little back test over here. Really not finding any strength. A little bit of a back test. Candles are shrinking. A little bit of mm, bullish divvy. So rising. I did not hear an alarm go off, and we tapped the golden pocket on VVV. It did break that momentum trend line. Um, so looking good for you. Looking good for you, Loza. It tapped the golden pocket um, with barely a reaction right here. And again, it did break here. So that means that it did come back into standard deviation too, which was what something it wasn't doing when we looked at that daily time frame. So super. That's the entry point. This thing's still looking good. Where's the tap on that one? Doubt it comes back to here, but I just figured I'd plot it in there. Shrink it in. Maybe it goes. Virtual. Like it already did the golden pocket back test right there. Sure enough, it did. Squeeze. I figured that. Very light expansion to the downside right here. So if it comes back into here, I guess that would work. I was thinking maybe it wouldn't do this one. Potentially, I guess it could. It's still holding. Mm, this is tapped. Um, so this is your low. Wasn't sure about it. It's a little late on the short, so we would have to wait on the long. Let's put it on the 50. I'll do zoom out so I can get this right. Yeah, too late. Um, squeeze this all the way in so I can see. 83 cents, so one won't kill it. This would be the ultimate right here, which I like. Yeah, I really like this. And then that other one was, I don't play with NYX. It just did that on poll, and I don't think it had another one in here. Nothing else in here. I mean, oof. Look at the number of days, consecutive greens. Oh, I don't know why I keep doing that. The full fair value gap return, that price is 14,14596. I wonder if that may have been the actual 50. No, it's not. I'll go with this. Mm, Monero. Ooh, this was a wall of resistance right here for Monero, and it got up there. Okay. And looked at this one in a minute. The golden pocket bounce, holding the momentum through there, creating more momentum to the upside. This is nice. Let me see what happened right here. Oh yeah, this is truly nice. I'm gonna move this. I don't like that. Set it right there now. Came back, that would be support, I would say. This is one heck of a candle through here. It's a daily candle. It has to reject off of that swing or it keeps coming. 82.13, 57. These are the two swing points it's likely to reject. That looks nice. Choppy. Choppy. Ah, that's beautiful. Before I do that, let me see if 380. Sorry, I had to put all that noise back on. I just need to see if 380. It's going to put it back on here anyway. From where it sits right now, that could be a bounce since it is trading in between there. The golden pocket pulled from the low to the high there. Should it come back below this zone anyway, that would be where it probably would come back to in the coming weeks. Would be there. One to one. Mm. I need to block that. Could sworn I did that off of a daily. I did. Okay. Bitcoin saying no. Ethereum no. Solana no. Gold actually has a nice little flag on it. I have to see if that's going to hold it off right there. Um, how much it'll hold it off for. So if it breaks to the downside here, I would still only look right here for starters. Uh, it is back below the 200 on the 15 minute. The last time it got below the 200, it was flagging out right here too. So it may not go far if it does. Yeah, flagged out right here too. Let me see what that ended up looking like. I would have had it like that and then seen that and had to move it. It's a good place to take the long, I suppose, if you believed in it was about to go higher from this point. It's at the top. I'm long in tops. But could have said that was the top. Uh, it's pretty up here. It's been holding that. Every time it's just been a back test. I don't like the 200 above the head though. If I was to take a long on it, my long position would be above that 200. That would be cannot be my stop. That cannot be my stop. My stop would have to be if it was coming back inside of here. I could do it. Yeah, I could do that with this. Don't have to use leverage on it. You really don't have to use leverage on this. It's near exhaustion though. It's near some sort of a corrective move down. I would have to say that hitting that 1 to 1. Yeah, I would have to be above. I would have to be above this 200. Otherwise, it's about to reject and come down. There's a close validation on that too for that short. Not confirmed yet. Let's see. 30-minute, maybe better. 30. Mm. Let's stick with the 1 hour. Might do a Zcash. I'm gonna take a gold long. Just for this breakout. I'm not gonna hold it for long. It's gonna be quick. Ooh, Apple doing pretty good. This no, it's not. Holding that golden pocket is all I know. Let's see. Go gold. Dang, I'm too late. I was trying to get logged in here to catch it before it actually got to break above that top. Just trying to catch that little bit right there. Can't fail. Ugh. I don't like when they break out and come back inside of a pattern, so I'll kill it right there. All right, so I'm in here. Stop loss is set exactly like that. All right, we're filling on Bitcoin and Ethereum, it seems. I got to move this trend line too. It's Ethereum, Bitcoin. That would be cute if you were inverse, but I don't know. Yeah, that was XMR. CKP. Falling like hotcakes. It's breaking the oh, this is new too. So I'm assuming that this is it, ZKP. Did you want me to look at it on the perpetuals or just on the spot ZKP. I don't know if it makes a difference. Spot on Bybit. Yeah, doesn't really make a difference. We can't hold this support. Let me see. Let me see if that's a field level 2 of that support. So it's already below even the 8.6. So I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like it right now. It's broken all of these. Yeah. Are you short on this? Because I don't like this. Okay. Yeah, this is very weak right now. It's bear diving all the way down. You see those highs through here. It's just bear diving all the way down. Never, yeah, it's bear diving. Oh, look at Jasmine. Yeah, Jasmine look like it's about to roll over a little bit more. See, it swung back up the last time. Let's see if it want to swing back up again, but at least in here it wasn't breaking. Might swing back up. So 1 hour. It might have been, well, I'm sure each one of these was a golden pocket rejection. Mm. Oh yeah, it's coming down. Let's see if it let's see what this, if this was holding the golden pocket the first time. No. Cool. This could be what does this. Taking out that low, coming into this gap, back testing, and then another breakdown. Let's check back on that Bitcoin. Possible inverse head and shoulder. Possible if we actually get a strong breakout right here. Let's see what happened. It's chopping. Let me check 15-minute. $15 still bearish. But we can see that over here too. But yeah, 15 minutes still a little bit bearish. Bear div. Yeah, bear div. But we can just hold this low and get this break up. That'll invalidate the bear div. Here's lows. We put in a bull div right here. Unless this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then another drop to the downside for 5, which would be right in here. That's the only other thing I could think is that this is, 3, and then this is somehow 4, and then we get one more push down. Since we are still a little I'm gonna leave it on this 15-minute. Let's see if we get confirmation to the upside in here. But I'm long, so I'm either long and wrong or long and strong. Ethereum. A little bit of weakness here on the 3-minute. Weaker than Bitcoin. 15-minute. Yeah. Same situation. We put in a little bit of a bullish divergence. Got a small bear div attempting to hold possible 5 waves. This is 4 potentially, and then one more drop to the downside. We didn't take that low out, did we? Let's want to see. No, we didn't. Okay. Another little bear bull div. Is that a bull div? Or no? No, not there. No, it's not. No, it's not. Go with a little doji candle on the 15-minute time frame prior closure. After a strong initial move up, doji followed behind it. How's PayPay doing these days? Everything falling off from them big swings that it got. That would have been a nice short on PayPay. I did post something on PayPay. Um, I think I was on. Let's see. Let's see what time frame I was on when I talked about it. Find the PayPay chart I was on. Okay, here we go for PayPay. Come on, Bitcoin. So I shared an update on PayPay. I think it was, let me see. I think price action was on this candle right here. Yeah, I think it was Friday. And it kept trying to get above this level right here. I could see the failure happening. And I was saying how we needed to, that the, well, failed support if it couldn't hold it, actually. It might have been this candle right here. Yeah, it was this one right here. It was this candle right here. And it was trying to reclaim this trend line right here at 621. And I was like, okay, if it doesn't hold here, it's really going to break because it was, it was right at this momentum trend line right here. And of course, it's a really decent move in here. These really big candles throughout here. And I was like, a fair value gap was sitting in here for it that could offer a bounce. And if it's not going to be this fair value gap, then possibly right here at the next level of support for it. So far, it may have already tapped this when it hit that fair value gap. May had already tapped this, so it might be looking to hold that fair value gap and get the break back to the upside. Let's see. I don't like that. Just a little choppy. Sorry, let me block this. Because it shouldn't just, I mean, it seems like it's corrective at best. It possibly would have put in a bullish divergence right here. Since this was a swing point, a lot of times it'll come back and it'll hold that level as support. Or else it'll do a SFP like it does on price action right through here. So let's see if it's starting to put in any bullish divergence. A little bit went in right there. Followed up by a bear div. Followed up by a bear div. idea of the high. It's like the ultimate setup right here, man. I looked at it a little bit. Well, I know that we looked at it a day before or something like that. It might have been Thursday that I looked at it. And then I posted on it on Friday. That was the ultimate setup right here. Bear div here. You get the bearish divergence. You get the correction. And you get the back test probably into golden pocket. Up 786. That is the ultimate setup right there. And it rejected it twice. Double rejection. Just want to see what each one of the highs are rejecting, because if it's doing like a 382 rejection, then it's pretty bearish to the downside. It looked like it might be doing 382, 236, yeah, 382, 236 rejection. It's rather bearish. And then it did just reject it right there. Let's see if it won't hold this fair value gap. I really would need for it to drop all the way towards the low personally. Other thing I was going to check and see was okay. It is above this 50. Let's see if it chops around in here a little bit longer. It might be the play. But no strong reaction necessarily off of this little, I wouldn't necessarily call this a pivot. It's only one candle, one red candle down. And then you go to a lower time frame and you call it a pivot. Take this wick out of the equation. Actually, I'll go for a closure outside of the section. I'll put it on this one. Well, maybe I could have just left it like that. Did it? Let me see. It did. Dropped in a little bit more on that GP right there. This is from a big daily candle too. Yes, it did. And it tried to get back. Tried to get back up there. Let's stretch this out a little bit more. Yeah, momentum going right here. Fair value gap coming into play with the next momentum line. I don't think it had another one after this, so I can delete. Well, no, I'm gonna leave it there just in case it comes back as a rejection point or something. It's never returned to this point right here when we looked at it, because that's all that is the Bollinger. It never returned to this point. This is just coming back into standard. We looked at it on the daily. I had to take those off. This is like the first return inside of that standard deviation. It is basically what that is right there, because it stayed outside of it. So but this had been support. When we looked at it, this had been support. So right now that's 251. Worst thing that could happen is that it doesn't hold here and then it finally starting to roll over hard and it starts hitting all these next levels in here. These next Bollingers. 21, 1. That's the worst. Let's see how it did before when it did that. Big rejection in. It doesn't even bother to care about it. Broke through whatever fair value gap was right here. Situation could potentially be different. Second one. Yeah, and it came all the way back down towards and just kept going. Good Lord. It might be the start of the continuation. It hasn't had the back test yet. It didn't do one here, which is sad. Unless I zoom out and this is it. Because I'm gonna look for a back test. That could have been it right there. Let's see. That's a 382. It's really bad when it does that though. I would have been looking for golden pocket, which is better. I want to take it. Freak. It's giving me a hard time. Let me see if that makes sense. Let me hide that for a sec. Yeah, it does. That would have been the first bounce it gives, but it doesn't manage to get back to here. And then the last time it was here. It got back to that one, then continued to roll down a lot more. And then this one looked like it might have done a 382 right here too. Let me see how euphoric it was when that happened. So this is just a 382. Yeah, so another one where it hit the 382. Take that off. Well, I'm gonna leave the 50 out because it wasn't coming back to the 50. Did it there. Double tapped it. And here we set the 382. Is this the high? I just want to be sure. Yeah, so if it comes back up, I probably look for a short on it. Just draw a fib whenever it starts to bottom out. Oh, it's already at this momentum line right here, and it looks like it wants to keep going. I mean, this was dang, that was it. That was it. What am I talking about? But maybe one for the daily will come in next, because that was what we were just saying. The ultimate short was right here with that bear div, and then the back test into the golden pocket. But For the daily, you can still get the same thing. And I guess we would look for a 382, the way this is spilling off. 382. I don't think that there was another one in here that I cared to. Just one more. Oh yeah, that, I mean, by the time it gets to here, it's that's too late. Eeh, eeh. Broke straight through that fair value gap. No remorse. None. Going. Going, going, going. I think this was the time frame I was looking for an SFP. Yeah, no SFP here. No SFP here. Yeah. This is a do not touch right now. And even if it did get a little bit of a reaction right in here, it wouldn't make a difference. It's far from, yeah. Momentum is disastrous. Disastrous. Can't delete this one now because, yeah, I'm gonna give this one a second just to act as resistance. Look at you. That's good. You might have got you a big win, big fish right here. This might be a big fish. Yeah, momentum is terrible. Let's see that 1 hour again. This will be a breaking point for the 1 hour right here for continuation. Through this 786. So inefficiency field. At least it's about field. So no fair value gap bounce. So that's going to be a no-go. Wow, wow, wow. Shoot, it looks like on a 4. 1, 2, 3. Bitcoin is doing nothing. Ethereum's doing nothing. Solana's doing nothing. VVV is doing everything. And what was Aave looking like now? Did I pass it? No recovery on Aave just yet. We know if it loses that 786, then it's broken down over here. Well, continuation. It's already broken down, but continuation is in play. Let me just assume if it broke that and potentially came into it would just be a back test of, actually, I guess it would just be a back test of that for a 382 rejection. If it dropped down this low, yeah. It's gone. This is gone. I just need for Bitcoin to act right. Play nice. Gold did get up a little bit higher there. Gold did get up a little bit higher since it got the little breakout from here. A little 3.5% profit. Okay, so here we go looking for a rejection. Let me make sure this is still imperative, and at least it is. Let's see, 1 hour. One hour. No. Maybe I let it do it one more time. Maybe take out this low and let it come back up one more time. Looking forward to putting a lower high. Don't want no V shape. Oh, gold just took a. Oh, oh. Ay, 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 ay. Hmm. Let's see what that ended up doing. Yep, it's coming to it. It's coming to it. So I'm looking for this to wrap around it. This purple one. Just wrap around it. But no, seriously, if it takes out this low right here and then it comes back up, golden pocket 786 rejection, back around this level right here, uh, then it can come back down into this one. Check on this one. It didn't make it for the SFP situation. It did not make it. And I don't think that this one looked as bad. Yeah, well, yeah, that wedge is actually playing out on this one. Copper, copper. It's not over yet. Oh, that was what I was sharing where my stop was at. It's nothing like a break out of a pattern and coming back into it, right? All right, and check back on these babies right here. it. Dang, silver. Yesterday was the Coin King's birthday. I usually have this on a 30-minute. Let me take a look at I think it was SPY. This Apple's still holding that golden pocket, which is you know, decent, but nothing has changed in here, really. Still down below here. So momentum came up a little bit, but nothing, nothing that's screaming. I mean, I like that it's holding the golden pocket still. It's just sideways. Chopping that monthly level also. And if this continues, the next zone is going to be down here at this 786, 272.49. I think that was supposed to have been, yeah, here's SPY. Didn't make it all the way through on this right here. It's not done yet, but assuming that this probably needed to change with the time. Don't like that. Let's see. Which means this probably was wrong for starters. There's no way of getting that right and put that back. Look like it did do a little SFP right there off of that low. This is just waiting to break down. It's just not happening. Just not happening. Let me try this low because I don't like looking at it like that. didn't help at all. All right, market's getting ready to open. I see VVV. VVV did not hold. Did not hold the 786. And so just look for that further continuation to the downside. And at some point when it does get another bounce, I look for a 382 rejection on it. It worked multiple times, so it might be another time for it to work. And then this thing just continues down. All right, spider. The itsy bitsy spider. Not the hardest one. The occasional bear deals, but this thing is still holding strong so far. I mean, still putting in higher highs and higher lows. It's getting tighter and tighter. This might be you right here. Let me zoom out. Let me see, 3 minute. A lot of noise on this chart. All right, Bitcoin's taking a nosedive here a little bit. Not, I mean, yeah, a little bit. This is our support level in here. That's why we're not breaking down as fast right here. You're looking at it from the 4 hour. You can see that this is still our support level right here. So we're not breaking down as fast through here, which is why it remains a place where price action could potentially still try to get a bounce back up and at least towards the top. If this was an ascending triangle through here, this would be the measured move on it right here. Oh, Ethereum lost it. Yeah, Ethereum lost it. Lost the low. So that's an expansion from the Bollinger Band. Don't even try to catch that. That's expansion. No, it is. That was where the low was for the expansion. Lord, please don't let Bitcoin do the same thing. And it looked like it might be about to. Yeah. Yeah. It is. I think that this was our low too for the Bollinger before it actually starts to throw up, vomit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. It is. Already started with this candle right here, actually. So no inverse here. It's just gonna throw up from here. Mm-mm-mm. Make sure I drew that fib properly. This might be an old fib. Yeah, it's old. Golden Pocket 76. Oh, it's even worse on the 15 minute. Good Lord. No. Oh, never mind. I think I needed to keep that other one. VWAP right here. I was about to pull this one, but that's not going to make sense right now. Not at all. It's not going to make any kind of sense. Yeah, no sense at all. Oh boy. Yeah, this would have to do something like VWAP because the fib just isn't working for this at all. Not for this little section in here anyway. And let's see how this goes. Let me make sure that's about the same. 30, 41, because it might not be. We know it's with the golden pocket. As far as the 15-minute time frame is concerned. As far as the one is concerned, 4 is just the lower time frame, so it shows it a little bit off. Let me make sure that this didn't get stuck, not showing. Make sure that wasn't the case when I put it on the 5. Okay, that was what it was. Just wasn't showing off of this. Okay. Possible bullish divergence right here. No, not really. Not really. It's where it reacted at the last time as well. But that's ultimately what I'm going to be looking for is this right here. But this is just where it reacted at the last time. Price got a drop. Hmm. I really don't think too much of this right here. Strong little bounce. I have to delete that for now. We said maybe right here if it's a 5 wave to the downside, if this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. But I think this, I would have taken it from here. Um, huh. That's just the prior 15-minute high. So it just filled in the full inefficiency versus the fair value gap. So inefficiency fill. Let's see. Let's see. But not. Hmm. This is disgusting. Market just opened too, so this is our little bit of volatility right here. Let me check back on Ethereum and see if it's trying to recover too. Okay. Ethereum, because the expansion was a lot rougher for it. It's not moving as aggressive as Bitcoin is. Nothing more right now than the little SFP that it did with the inside bar and at the fair value gap right now for Ethereum. I would say that it would be a rejection, even if it's not this. It would probably be the 20 SMA on this. It wouldn't make sense to me otherwise. Have to come back above this high right here to invalidate any sort of bear div that it would put in through here. At least has to come back above here. Usually when you have a expansion like that, you usually do no more than like the standard one. But if it does push through, okay, so yeah, standard, standard one, if it does come through, then reject right there. See why it wouldn't come to the golden pocket. VWAP. Is there a reason that it wouldn't? Maybe because it will be taken out this low. But what else could that have been? What else could that have been? Equal bottom liquidity. Everything took a little bit of a nosedive given a possible reaction to, I mean, first of all, we do this every market open now it seems. And the, you know, JP and DT situation right now. Don't tell me it's a bear trap. Let's see if I got stopped out. I didn't. Yes, it is. It was bull div too. Ooh, it was a little bull div right here. I'm still not stopped out, so I'm still good on my long. And this is choppy. Bad wick. Bad wick. Let's see what happened to silver and gold. Getting the bounce. Got stopped out on gold. As it did come back to the bottom side of the triangle formation. And it's breaking back out of that formation again. So I'm stopped out either way it goes. On gold. Silver did not now copper did, but silver did not take out this low either. It did not take out this low, so nothing there on silver just yet as it continues to chop this zone. This is the zone though we would be getting in on the short position if it goes the way I'm thinking I need for it to go, which is take out this low, then come back up, struggle here, and then drop down, possibly around golden pocket 786 for the rejection. First, I need for it to fade the momentum. It's somewhere in here. Might be somewhere in here added though. I do believe that. And I want this to converge a little bit more too. One of them have to happen for me. One of them to show a lack of momentum and the selling pressure come in. But right now it's not there. Like I said, with gold, I got stopped out as my stop loss was the low of this candle right here. Because you don't break out and come back in the pattern out like that. And I'm not in the short trade of this right here. If I was going to do one, yeah, it would have to take out the low in here. This is just automated. Has to take out the low and then come back up. And like I said, the only thing that did actually do that was copper. It is copper. and it can't come up with the V-shaped recovery. It needs to chop. It needs to chop, and then we see the rejection right here. But it needs to chop to take the entry. Assume the entry for 30 minute. And I had that Bitcoin long open on 2 accounts, so I closed it out on one. I'm gonna let the other one stop me out. I'm gonna call it a stream. I do think Ethereum has a potential for oof. I think Ethereum has potential for a solid setup coming back into the golden pocket with the VWAP. That would be one. And then the second one I would go with, I hate to say anything that's below the 786. Yeah, I hate to say anything below 786. There's no closure above this line right here so far. If it does, you would just do the inverse here of looking for a back test into your golden pocket 786 with the break above, at least above this point right here. At least with the, when I say break, I mean closure. A closure above this point right here at least. Because otherwise it's still a bear div. Uh, hmm. Wow. And that VVV is currently rejecting off of that momentum line, the last momentum line that it broke. So it got a back test into that trend line, which is why I left it there to see if it would reject. It's just one candle so far. Um, so it's not a solid confirmation just yet, because it's only one candle. And my PC is starting to freeze up on me now. Well, my mouse is starting to freeze up on me now. So it's just one solid candle in here right now. Uh, this was the 1 hour region to hold. I say it's still going to come down. I mean, momentum just increased to the downside here after that last pop into it. It's going to come back up again after that last tap into it. So I'm going to have to trail this. For 382 rejection. And I just have to keep moving that. Bitcoin is hitting VWAP right now. Previous 15-minute high. If you can just get this close above, well, actually, I need for it to close. Actually, it just needs to close above this high right here. Not the high, but the line needs to close above that right here in order to invalidate any bear div, potential bear div anyway. Technical analysis is so amazing when you see stuff like this right here. Like we just took out this low and now we back tested and held this as support a little bit. SFP off of that prior candle. That value gap right there. tweezer top on Solana with its SFP. That's what's about the only thing that bull div right here, but we still have to invalidate any sort of bear divs like we did between these two highs. Still have to invalidate a bear div at this point right now. It's about 4 minutes left on this, and then I'm going to call it the stream. I'm going to redraw my line in here. This was a golden pocket rejection right here for Bitcoin Sunday. And I raised it up to the next, I raised up the fib to the next pivot high. So now this will be the new golden pocket, just taking out the high over here. Should it happen, I'm trying to see why would this hold that. That's 786. I guess that's why it's 786. I mean, we're still holding the support. Haven't even tapped back into this trend line here just yet. And hopefully we don't. Oh, I'm sleepy. Yep. Thank you for joining me on the Coin Kings channel. I am down to Crypto TA. I will be back at 6 a.m. in the morning. Beautiful chop, chop, chop. No, not really. That chop is that chop is something else. I'm a little scared for my long. My long bias right now. Just a little bit. And here's my L on gold, where it stopped me out of this trade. It was doing good though. It did good for a little bit. For a little bit. It didn't get to no place where I would have taken profit just yet. So let's see, downloads. And this is my L. My L after trading that breakout. That's my L when it came back in. Got me on that quick candle drop. And this is my Bitcoin, but the way we chopping it is very bound to get stopped out. Then I have to look at it again, but my bias remains long. My bias remains to the upside. The way it's come back twice, I could have got a better position on it both times, but hey, it is what it is. And I am still holding my short from higher, from about 94. I'm holding a short on Bitcoin. I've TP'd at least 3 times on this one. But that's the short position on Bitcoin. So one L so far, and that's on gold. For today, and then we'll see if Bitcoin is going to be a second one. Unless I go ahead and take some profit on this long idea right now. All right, I appreciate you for being here. And if Ethereum comes into that golden pocket, which I don't know, if it will, at that golden pocket with VWAP seems like it would be a good place to take a long on Ethereum. So I'm gonna make an attempt on a long position there with Ethereum if it looks right. Right now, like I said, we got that one expansion and it came back up that momentum line, that trend line. That trend line is actually where the expansion would continue off of that 1 hour time frame, potentially. Standard deviation is sitting right there for Bollinger. So if it comes back down and it breaks that trend line that you can easily just plot on your chart, then that's that'll get it to that golden pocket VWAP for sure. So that's something to look for. Golden pocket 3047, VWAP 3041, and of course you have the 6.5 down there. But that's what I'm going to look for today. And I also post on it on X, especially if it looks right. I'll let you know that I took that trade set up for. And I will also let you know if I jump back into gold, or I know I'm not going to do silver. I'm not going to do silver. I'm not going to do silver. If I jump back into gold, maybe silver if it does. If silver does what I was saying, explaining before, which is putting in a lower low and then coming back up and getting a rejection from possibly the golden pocket or 786, That's going to be a short. As long as it keeps chopping around that red line, which is at $85, as long as it keeps chopping around that $85 zone, it's in danger. It's in danger of actually getting that correction. Because this is a toppy 30-minute chart anyway. It's a toppy 30-minute chart. Right. So, yeah, I'm going to leave it at that. I appreciate you and I love you. And I'll see you at 6. Off to bed. All right, Loza, thank you. And I will make sure that he sees that happy birthday. I'm pretty sure he'll peek back in his account soon. Appreciate you, Loza. See you guys at 6.